It is Monday. Monday, Monday, Monday. Who doesn't like a Monday? I need to create some elevator music while we're going through this starting soon. Do, 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 do. Do 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 do. And the ads are over. The ads have just started, but starting soon is over. Yep. That needs to be our starting music. Our starting soundtrack. Yeah. So it's not so quiet when starting soon is happening. uh Smooth jazz. Jazz hat. Jazz hat. Jazz hang. Jazz hands. Jazz hands. Hands forward. I don't know. Hands front. Hands French. G'day, Hilden. How you doing? Hands free. Ah, oh, Jesus Christ. That's old technology. Free time. Oh, damn. Focus on code. All right. Free the free thought. Oh, free throw. The what up, Sammy? Your third. Throw pillow and pillow talk, of course. All right. Cool. Cool. We're doing some more unit tests today. I'll start the focus on code as soon as the ads are over, Hilden. That's what we'll do. Coffee is nice. Coffee is life. And out the joys of batch processing and my GPU's been at like 100% for 4 hours. Oh, God. Oh, no. SSD IO is very saturated. I can imagine. I can imagine. All right, so ads are over. What? What? I can't believe people missed that awesome thing that happened on the ads. It was so amazing. So, what we're doing today, I need to write unit tests for this stuff. So, write unit tests for the slots, write unit tests for the blocks, write unit tests for the box. Make sure all of that's triggering as we expect it to. You are still on the intro screen, that's correct. There you go. Not bad. And I also want to write some unit tests for the player walking up to the NPC and going through the dialogue. Yeah. Yeah. For Roblox, God no. We are never touching anything to do with Roblox here. Jersey, how you doing? Welcome in. I finished the first 3 seasons of Ted Lasso. It took me like 3 days, 4 days, 4 days. Good show. Good show. Interested to see what season 4 does. See, usually this side's the one that's going back. I don't know. Who knows? Checking my SSD for duplicates, and there are over 300,000 pairs. That's a lot of duplicates. Sounds like you're doing something wrong. Yep. I'm gonna sneeze. I can feel it. I can feel it coming. All right. So we're gonna start with the shape block. Let's see. This has been my lazy dump zone for old OS install. That's the shape box itself. We want shape block. And slots. So the question is, do I create a unit test or do I create a integrated test for these? Yeah. There's a home directory from 10 different OS installs. God dang. Why? Why, Hilden? Why do you do that to yourself? Let's see. We have this here. I've got this ticking. I don't know what it is. I need to have my doctor check it out. And it's like I hear like a consistent kind of, it's like a chirp, but it's not. Yeah, it's weird. Some of the directories got another home directory backup inside them. And some of the directories got another home directory backup inside of them from another time I did not have the SSD. That just sounds horrible. That sounds like just delete the entire thing, format the entire SSD, and go from there. Just it's like Kavino's desktop. Just delete it all and start from scratch. It's going to be easier than trying to correct it, trying to fix it. Yeah. Let's think. So I do think we need some integration tests. But I want to see if we can test them with unit tests first. So we want to do, let's test room loader game. Under here, we can create a puzzles, logic, shape box. Beautiful. In here, we do shape slot, test shape slots. And then we're testing the remove shape. It doesn't seem like much, but you could easily break that. Easily break that. The other one, the area stuff, is going to be an integration test where we like set up a node that both of them sit under, and we like move one to the other and check that it did trigger the enter, and then when it moves out, it triggers the exit. And it does what it's supposed to in both situations. But that's going to require an integration test because that's going to be the slot and the block, not just the shape slot. All right, so we need to do we're just going to go a script. Puzzles, logic, slot. I mean, I'll change that now, actually. I want that to be renamed. There is a backup from the wife's phone. 500 gigabytes of pictures in a single folder. Opening the folder crashed and corrupted Bazite use on KDE due to the attempt at thumbnailing them. God damn. And that corrupted something. Fuck. I'm telling you, just format it. Format the thing. This one here. There we go. What up, random? G'day to you. How's things? Test shape removed. We do double shape slot, the partial double of shape slots. No. You're doing well, good to hear. How's the game? The game's going well. Game's going well. I think this might actually just need to be a script as well. Because it's not a node. You know what I mean? We're doing new, not instantiate. But who knows? After each is going to do slot free. We're going to do the partial double of shape slot no. Now I can get rid of that. Then down here, good. Ooh. Sneezing at 7:15. I must be coming down with something. Oh, all right. So test shape removed. I do really need to play Bubba Is You at some point. I keep seeing it pop up on my Steam. I'm like, yeah, I should just buy it and play it. But I want to hold off on buying games and stuff until I have like a few days where there's no new issues for Bobble Shop Sim. So that way we can be like, cool, Bobble Shop Sim's now stable and solid. Then we can move on. We can not worry about it every day. Not worry about putting out a fix every day. Ah, good stuff. So this here will be testing this remove shape function. I'll do double shape slot. Past shapes. Yes, maybe it does need to be a shape box slot. Assign shape type. Rectangle. Cylinder. And moon. Double shape slots. Remove shape. I'm going to do shape type star. Remove shape. Okay. We go assert called double shape slots. Past shape. No, not past shape. Removed shape. Remove shape. Remove shape. I really need to start thinking. Morning, Fanny Slam. How you doing? Yeah, I really need to start thinking. That was the entire sentence. Yeah. I haven't been thinking this entire time. Um, so if I start thinking, I might make like the best game in the world. You know. No. So I need to start thinking about the guerrilla marketing thing that I wanted to do with like coming up with like a puzzle that I put like a short up on YouTube and TikTok. I put images up on like a new Instagram account and stuff like that. Um, I get a website set up and I put a post on like X and Blue Sky and stuff like that. And basically just have it as like the start of a puzzle. And it's like that puzzle, they need to go to the website that we set up and they need to enter the correct solution that pops up like a clock for the next puzzle or something like that. And then like just have it keep going. Yeah. But
I'm not amazing with puzzles. Like I'm not amazing at coming up with those types of puzzles. So, and with the creation, like with AI being so heavily used now, any sort of encrypted message would easily, like, anyone can just take that, paste it into an AI, and get something out of it, sort of thing. You know. What up, Bosnia? How you doing? Parameters. I'm doing well, thank you. Doing very well. Well, actually, we know it's been called. Um, we're doing some more unit tests, but the unit tests are going to focus on the puzzle itself that we have set up, the shape box. So that way, we're unit testing our puzzles being correct when the player completes them in certain ways. So, like, when the player completes it by putting through, like, putting them all through the correct slot, then the player, like, the puzzle says, yes, it's completed as intended. When the player doesn't completes it in a creative way that's unintended, it's like, yes, you've completed it in a creative way. When the player completes it via glitching something, it goes, yep, you've managed to glitch it. And what we'll do with that is we'll just have, like, the blocks spawn inside the puzzle box, like inside the shape box, and that'll cause it to be like, yep, glitched. So that can mimic someone like glitching it through the wall or something like that. Yeah. But yeah. Sounds interesting. Unit tests are that they're annoying at first, but then they become very, very helpful. When it glitches, wouldn't you need to find every single glitch? No. So there's there's one way that you can put things into the box, and that's through the top of the box. Yeah. Through the top of the box here, whether it's placing them through the top while you've got the lid open, or by placing them through these slots here. Yeah. That's that's the only way you can place them in. And we've got an area here. We've got an area here at the top that detects things coming down from the top. So if something gets into this bottom area here and it hasn't gone through this top part here, obviously it's been glitched. The player has somehow managed to glitch it into the box without it going through this area. Yeah. Or, for example, the shape of all of these, all of them can fit through the square. So if they put all of them, or even just one of the other shapes, through the square slot, then it's creatively completed. But if they manage to get, like, the diamond and glitch it through the star, obviously that shouldn't be possible because the star cannot fit the diamond. But if they manage to do that, then we have a check that goes, yes, you put this thing through this slot, but that's not one of the accepted shapes for that slot. So you've glitched it to somehow accept that and to, like, push it through that block, like through that slot. So that would be another glitch, another way that you can glitch it. Um, so yeah, stuff like that. Stuff like that. Um, Yeah. So we'll test for those different scenarios and things like that, just to make sure that our puzzle is working as expected. And yes, the square hole. Everything through the square hole. Everything. Absolutely everything. Just use the sun to melt it, then reform it into a star. Then use a hydrogen collider to shape it, and boom, it works. None of that exists in my game. No sun, no hydrogen collider, no boom. um, so for this here, I'm gonna set up a. That was cat, not var. Um, biome. Biome. Double shape slots. Past shapes equals shapes. Then this one here, double shape slots. Almost equal. All right. Eat it and reform. Test. Nah, you can't eat anything in this game. Sorry. Not equal. Double shape slot. Past shapes. Shapes. It's a glitch though. Um. All right. So down here, shove it into your nowhere to find mouth. Oh, shove it into your nowhere to be found mouth. Right. Right. I'm with you. I think we can run this. Everything passed. Look at that. Look at that. 7 tests, 45 asserts, 2 scripts. Okay, so it's not picking up this. There we go. Three scripts, 8 tests, 48 asserts. Does the play have a face? So you will be able to see yourself, but only in reflections. You'll only be able to see yourself in reflections, unless unless we can get the interaction stuff to be like almost perfect. Yeah. They can eat stuff because they have a mouth, so I was correct. No, they can't eat stuff. No. No. I'm sorry, but anything you think about humans in a game, it's all lies. It's all lies. Okay, so we know that that's working. Shape block and shape box. So the question I have, do we write a unit test for puzzle complete and then write an integration test for each shape being put into the box, which will also trigger puzzle complete? I think yes. I think that is something that we should do. Because then it will be a matter of if the unit test passes but the integration test fails. Like if the unit test for both the shape block, the shape box slot, the like all that stuff passes, but the integration test fails, I know there's a disconnect there somewhere. Yeah. Simplify that down just a smudge. Never. What do you want to simplify? What do you want me to simplify there? Scenes, puzzles, logic, shapebox. Everything. We both know I'm horrible with code. So a unit test is testing specific functions of a specific object or class. So in the example of, let me just oh yeah. I mean, there's no shape box in the current scope. Right there, fuck's sake. So for this shape box slot, we're testing this remove function. Yeah. So we're testing this function here to make sure that when we pass in something that's not in this array, it doesn't alter the array. And when we pass something in that is in the array, it removes that thing from the array. The integration test would be this stuff here, where it's waiting for a shape to be placed in it. So you would have the shape box the shape box slot, and the shape block all being tested together to make sure that they all work together. That's an integration test. Test things individually and together. Before each, the double shape box will be partial double shape box, no. And after each, you do double shape box 3. I've never asked this before, but how long have you been coding for? A bit over a decade now. About 11 years. 11 or 12 years. Hang on, how old am I? I'm that old. Say maybe 12-ish years. Yeah. Unit test is the test your military. Unit test is the test your military unit takes before deployment. Fair. That's fair. Test shape box completed. Intended. Glitched. Creative. Actually, one thing I could do is you've been coding since I was 6. I'm twice your age right now. Because that would make you 18. And well, I mean, I'm going to be twice your age when my birthday comes around this year. 48K. Redonkulous. It's a bit too much hot sauce, but oh well. A little bit more than I wanted, but yeah. Thank you very much, Hilden. Whew. How? Because now I can do that. Yeah. Test glitched wall. Test glitched slot. Spicy indeed. Test creative. Closed. Creative open. That's those are the different things we need to test. The different possible ways to complete the puzzle. The reason why I've put it inside this one here is just so that I don't need to have all of these functions as test shape box completed intended, test shape box completed glitched wall, all that kind of stuff. Hydrate. Thank you for the water, Fanny Sign. Well, thank you for the water, Bosnia. My bad. Sorry, I saw your message directly above it. I'm just going insane. I'm just losing my mind. Yeah. It is your usual. Set up. Set up block details. This needs. Just say yellow. You assume Fanny Slam takes the easy way. G'day, Cam. How you doing? Ooh, that's really on the tongue. You doing good, jet lagged? Well, I must say, Cam, you should stop playing games when you're on a jet. Because jet lag. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I'm resigning from my job tomorrow. Why would you do that? Do you have a new job lined up? Somewhat have a new job lined up? See how that goes. It was in a Makian Gurovich MiG-21. What? Sammy, you love my jokes. My jokes are the best. Wait, Mike, you're not paying your mods? Yeah, I'm just gonna stop now. Good. On Out of the Hell House. Any IT job is going to feel like hell. Doesn't matter what company you work for. That's something I have come to accept, which is why whenever I work somewhere, I'm there to do my job. That's it. That's it. I'm not worried about the company making a shit ton of money or anything like that. I'm there to do my job. I'm there to do what work is given to me. And that's it. If I'm not at work, I'm not working. I don't do work for them outside of work hours unless they are paying me extra. Yeah. And I'm always when I'm working somewhere, every 6 months I am interviewing at places, even if I don't intend to leave my current job, because that keeps me in practice for my interviewing. And then, yeah, because that way it doesn't bother me how crappy the company is to work for. It doesn't bother me. The company can be terrible because I know that I'm just there to do my work and get out of there. If they're freaking out, being like, oh my god, this needs to be done by this day, I'm like, all right, we'll see what happens. If it gets done, it gets done. If it doesn't get done, then there's not really anything we can do about that because there's only a certain amount of time in the day. I'm not going to worry about that. Not my problem to worry about it. That's management's job. I am green now. No, not alien. Hulknotic. Yeah. One of the girls at camp said to me, "You look a lot older, Cam, than you did last year. What happened?" I just said I work IT. Uh, you're an alien. I'm Hulknotic. This is Hulknotic. Okay. Of course, the overhead bin on the A380 a bit of the trim with the seat number. Quality airplane. Quality airplane. Not at all going to crash as you're flying. uh, so for each slot, we need to set some stuff up. We need to set. Yeah. Locks placed. Placed will be an array of an shape type, right? Yes. Shapes will be
What is the secret word hint today?
what was it yesterday? It's food related was yesterday's hint. Today's hint. Today's hint. It's food
UGA
related.
Hulknotic.
People.
Cheese.
This affects people differently. So it can be, it's food related and it affects people differently. So
Virus.
you've got to put it through the word guess. Alcohol. That's fair. That is food related. That is food related. Placed. Drugs. Didn't catch the new hint. Sorry. It affects people like. Oh, what was it? Not it affects people differently. That's not it. It's a bad hint. What was it? Let me check. It affects people differently. It affects people differently. That is the actual hint. Yep. It affects people differently. Contamination. But I'll not be guessing. That is gambling. It's not gambling. Camino wanted to cross-contaminate all the food we cooked. That's because Camino's American. Camino doesn't understand what cross-contamination is. Camino's like, cross-contamination? You mean Taco Bell? So that's going to be the shape, like the slot that each one went through. Oh, Christ.
Shea bugger.
In placed if
Feet.
just spend last of my coins to buy a copy of what? Make my bookshelf look more epic. I don't even know what that is. I have no idea what those two words are. I'm not going to say them in case they're like naughty words in another language. So how can we get this set up? Yes. God damn it. Stop it. It's the Mayan book of all the local law, but who knows what it means. So it's a Mayan book of what people think the the Mayans' local law was. Just how they're like, oh no, the Mayan calendar ends in 2012. It's going to be the end of the world. It's like, well, it's on a stone tablet, so it's going to run out at some point in time. It just means they ran out of space. They probably figured like 4,000 years ago, we don't need a calendar any longer than this. Like, why would we need a calendar longer than this? we could just make a new calendar in 4,000 years. So what is Kalevala? That sounds like a vegan Valhalla. Kalevala. Kalevala is Finnish epic book. Okay, so I was right. I was right. Yeah. Finnish Valhalla would be the vegan of all the Valhallas, wouldn't it? uh, Good stuff. Vala is oath in Finnish. Unsure if related. Okay, so it's a kale oath. So it's the vegan's oath to eat kale. Okay, I'm with you. With you. Um. So we do this. What's next? We have our got a pocket-sized copy of it. It made me think of the Little Book of Calm. So move over all the values. And then we need blocks to be an array. That will be placed get shape. Well, actually, shapes append shape if placed has shape. If it doesn't have shape, then we continue. So what this function's going to do, this function's going to be called at the start of each thing here. Oops. And it's just going to be used to initialize the data. Water. We got ads coming in too, so I'm going to get myself my second coffee for the morning. Oh yeah, the sun's up. Cool. Alright. Wordy words. Speaking of moistness, I gotta have a shower. Happy Devon, have a good one. I showered this morning myself. Before stream. That's why the mustache is playing up a little bit. Gulag. Yeah. All right. I will be back momentarily. I'm going to get myself a coffee. Burb. We are back with the best bean juice in the world. There's only one S. Rams. Mums, spelled correctly. Bam! We did it, Sammy. We did it. I did just as much as you. Nice, level 5 on the next one. Yep, good work, team. Good work, everyone. Good work, everyone. Ooh, that reminds me. Give me a second. I have so much Raspberry Pi stuff from a few years ago. So if at any point, the fuck are you? Oh, you're a little LCD display, right? So once this game's at a point where I'm like working on all of the different secrets and narrative stuff and whatnot that I don't want people to see, we can start making a bunch of stuff. Like, I got a bunch of lights and switches and buttons and stuff. We've got a motor with some propellers and whatnot. We've got a key panel. We've got a little LCD display. Got more motors. Got... Oh, this is like a range detector or something like that, I think. We have a bigger motor. We have something. We've got a little joystick. Yeah. We got something that has 4 LEDs on it and something else. We got a breadboard that has like some little digit LED stuff. A breadboard extender, some other stuff, a little thingamajig, another one of them. Got a rate, like a bunch of cables, bunch of ohms stuff, that thing. Yeah. I've also got some Raspberry Pi cameras as well. So we can do like a security camera setup with a motion detector. So when it detects motion, it turns on. Yeah. Now I've got to figure out where to put all this stuff again. Whoops. How did these get packed away? You were there. You were over there. You were there. You had to be next. You were on the bottom. That's where you were. Should be fine. Should be fine.
Is it not super early in Australia?
It is. It is 8 a.m. Yeah, got the time up in the top there. So if you're ever wondering if it's too early, the answer is usually yes. Yes, it is. Oh, I'm not going to be able to close this up, am I? Ah, I can. Tech Motion turn on Twitch security service. I got many breadboards, but no bread. That's true. That's true. I need to try and make some bread again. Ah, tasty. But yeah, we can do some fun little stuff once this is at a point that I don't want to put secrets on stream. Yeah. Start doing like some of those random little projects. What are we doing? If placed does not have shape, continue. Otherwise, we get the blocks and we go slots get no. That's gonna be bad. I can't do that. This is going to be an integration test. No, it can't be an integration test. Because this is an on ready, but these aren't going to exist. I want to change this to an export. I need to change that to an export for the purposes of testing, because I don't think let's see. We need something. Something under here. Parameterized test does that. Simulate. A simulate method will call the process and physics process on a tree of objects. It will check each object to see if they have either method and run it if it exists. In cases where the object has both, it will call process and then physics process and move on to the next node in the tree. That would cause problems. How do we deal? How do we deal with like on ready variables and stuff like that? I guess what I would have to do, I can leave that as it was, but under here, I'll have to change you to be packed scene, change you to be TSCN, and then have this as an instantiate. Yeah, that's what it'll have to be. Ah, tasty. I also don't know why it's like test script has 3 unfreed children. Because I always put this after each, which frees anything that I instantiate. Or any scripts that I create and stuff like that. But anyway. So we do that. We go. What needs to? What will it be? Moving over each of those. Or appending shape to the shapes. Actually, we'll go slots. And then we'll also go top, which would just be an array. If top has shape, then shape box blocks placed append shape. Append array blocks. Shape box slot, which will go asked shapes. Get shape asked shapes. Yeah, past shapes. Cool. Assign blocks. U an empty array. And we go double shape blocks placed. I've already appended those to the array. So if they're passed through the top but not the slot, they go into here. If they are passed through the slot, they still get appended to here. Yeah. So that should set up what we need. This should go... What's a dictionary? Where we have Um, do that. And it's just a matter of doing this now. Cylinder. What cylinder? Yeah, hexagon. Prism. Star. Moon. And diamonds. And we go blocks placed. No. So we call puzzle complete. And that's doing like completed emit and stuff like that. We can go assert hold. Puzzle completed method intended. That's what we want to have happen. That's what should happen. We don't care about everything else that's going on. We just care about that. It should be calling it with intended. Now, if I have this, I want to have a look at the gut testing. So under here, I want to have another one that takes a specific path. Like takes a specific test file. Command line. Select. Okay. This becomes powerful. G-test. How... Cent one. Or $1. That's what we want. I actually had a weird issue with Bobble Shop Simulator that I had to fix yesterday. A very weird issue, and I think it's something to do with Godot itself. It was... There's a node. There's a node that we access through the percent symbol, through the unique name of that thing. We don't delete that node. That node never gets deleted. We just show it and hide it. That's it. We call the show and hide method when we want it to be visible, and hide it when we want it to be invisible. For some reason, the game crashed when it tried to access that thing, saying that it was null. But that node exists on the player, and we never delete it or anything like that. We just show it when a function's called, and after a timeout, it gets hidden. Right? I'm like, the only way I could explain it is if for some reason Godot or GD script or something is losing track of that unique name mapping to that node. That's the only way I could possibly explain it. Because it works all the other times. But it was just this one time that it crashed saying that it was null. So what I've done is I've changed it so instead of accessing it by a unique name, we have an on ready. So when the player initializes, it assigns that node to a variable. And then that variable just tracks that node. So that should avoid any sort of problem like that in the future. It was very odd. It's very, very odd. So this one's not a bug. This one's not a bug. They've got stats manager there, and they're trying to access that there. But the unique name would require player to be a child of stats manager. So that's not an issue. That's also like using the $sign there to access is also incorrect. But yeah, like that's not the issue that I'm facing. But yeah, it was odd. It was very, very odd. But if I do that, and then go Godot test. And we can also do Godot test directory. List of directories to search for test scripts in. So if I do this, it does require RES. That's going to be interesting. I guess I can just do it like this. I can probably also take this, go test unit. This would be res tests unit. Test int to go tests integration. There we go. Close that. Test unit. Path. That does not know. Why is it? Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Class shapes and a base objective type nil. Okay. Okay. So it has failed here, where it hasn't set up the onreadies. And that's because we're not doing add child double shape box. I think. An instance of double was expected, you pass null. So that's for the assert called. Hang on. Assert called. How do I test if a signal was emitted in that case? Signal emit count. Okay. Signal emitted. That's what we need to do. Signal emitted with parameters. What up, Niall? How you doing? Also, Lucian, how you doing? I completely forgot to say hello to you. That's my bad. So obj signal. So I can get rid of that. And we can do that. Can I make signal assertion because the object that is not being watched? Call watch signals to be able to make assertions about it. Oh, okay. Right. Expected that to emit signal that. Parameter 0 does not equal 2. Invalid type in function connect. Cannot convert argument 3 from nil to int. Signal watcher. Shape box 12. What up, Yellow Muster? Is a dad joke. Why does Spotify keep adding seaweed bands to the programmer's playlist? It was the algae rhythm. I love it. I love it. Perfect. It is perfection itself. Is it because where's the watch? This must be called in order to make assertions based on signals being emitted. Right now, this only supports signals that are emitted with 9 or less parameters. This can be extended, but 9 seemed like enough for now. This must be called in each test in which you want to make signal-based assertions in. You can call it multiple times with different objects. You should not call it multiple times with the same object in the same test. The objects that are watched are cleared after each test, specifically right now before teardown is called. Go will connect to all the signals an object has And it will track each time they fire. So do I need to go... Then do like a partial double? Is that something that's needed? Double requires a script. You passed an instance. This is being weird. Gamer, you're late. So how do we watch the signals? Do I need to take this and put it there instead? Test. Tests unit. Puzzles. Logic. Shape box. Unknown arguments. What do you mean invalid argument? Now I am confused. A 420 stream streak. God damn, gamer. God damn. I thought Sammy's 320 this morning was good. 420 has just blown that out of the water. What do you mean? It's literally the goddamn thing. That's literally the path. I have no idea how hard I try to keep this. Twitch tries to kill it all the time, even though I'm here. Sounds like Twitch. Res tests unit puzzles logic test shape box. So I give it that. But for some reason, it doesn't work when I pass it in as a parameter. Twitch keeps killing stuff harder lately. On top of my poop ISP, set my CRXG to use Tor, and now the connection drops less than using any kind of DNS resolving. Oh. That's funny. Is the game finished? Almost. Almost, Fanny Slam. Almost. We're about probably about 3 years until it's finished. So yeah, real close. Real close. I mean, that's almost 1/12 of how long I've been alive. So that puts it into perspective for you. Nice mug, by the way. I have a bigger one. Yeah, but I pay less. I just have to pay for materials. So I've also got a Jern Jam mug, a Jern Jam winner mug for my educational game last year. Yeah, we're gonna win that again this year. We're going to win most educational, but we're gonna go for more more awards as well. So I've got a couple of ideas. I have a couple of ideas for what to do. Oh my god, it's getting chilly. At education and game and refocused. So last year I competed in Jern Jam and got most educational game for crikey, it's an emergency. This year we're going to compete again, but we're going to go for a most educational and one of the other titles. And every year we're going to just add an extra title. So it'll be most educational and most entertaining and then like best art and all that kind of stuff. And then eventually, I'll have a game that has won all of the titles in Jern Jam. So, yeah. That'd be very fun. You make me enjoy math, you've won. That's why game dev works. It tricks me into doing math. One of the ideas I have for Jern Jam is a game around maths and physics. Yeah. Create a game to teach algebra. It's still in the works, but yeah. I don't know why this keeps failing. G test. We tell it the path. Fucking shit. Ow. There's a couple of vertebrae in there that cracked that time. Oh shit. That actually hurt. Oh, I have a feeling that I'm gonna wake up tomorrow with a sore neck now. Um but not find script, tests, unit, puzzles, logic. Oh, because I need to specify shapebox. Okay. So that worked. Tests, unit, puzzles, logic, shape box, test shape box. Tests, unit, puzzles, logic, shape box, test shape box. But when I run this one, it says that it's got an unknown argument. Oh, I know why. Fuck. I know why. I know why it's happening. Godot test, G test. Tests, units, puzzles, logic, shapebox, test, shapebox, GD. There we go. It's because it wasn't taking it. It wasn't taking it as a parameter, like as a past option. It was trying to interpret it as a extra parameter. So what's its problem? Test intended. Invalid type in function connect. Cannot convert argument 3 from nil to int. On line 29. There is this watch signals. Must be called in order to make assertions based on signals being emitted. Only supports signals that are emitted with 9 or less parameters. That's fine. My issue is I'm passing something into this and it's saying no. Signal watcher, watch signals. 535. Add-ons gut signal watcher. This be 125. This one here. Signal watcher 66. Gut not a real file. Gut dynamic script 2. It's connecting that. So that sounds like a game name, Signal Watcher 66. I'm gonna try and not break my neck. I'll try. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be difficult. They become paralyzed if they want. All right, so I don't know. I don't know how to get this to listen to the signals. Because this is creating a new script each time. Like a new object each time. But I'm trying to do it for a... I don't know. We'll continue trying after the ads. Yeah. Zeal. I think Q might be fake, but I could be wrong. I looked at a Reddit thread called "What medical procedure or test turned out to be far more painful or uncomfortable than you expected," and most of the top comments are a procedure I'm getting this Thursday. Are they usually dental procedures? Wetzel. Ah, yeah, we're not up to the fake wetter yet, are we? Wets. No. Teal. Tail. I think the most painful medical procedure you can get is a bone marrow biopsy. That is the most painful. Doesn't matter what anyone else says. The hell are these last two? Lazy, but... Oh. Loot. But yeah, like, a bone marrow biopsy is the worst because you can't numb the bone. So... it's just like... Yeah. Oh, hello. What up, Pixel? G'day, you good dunce. How are yous doing? Welcome in. We're doing some more unit testing today to get things to a point where it's not breaking every time I make a change. Yeah. How was your tile mapping? I may have been lurking for a while, so yeah. S is fake, I think. I think it is. I think it is. Gotta go eat. Have a good snack. I hope it's tasty. How is everyone? Welcome, y'all. I'm working on a puzzle narrative game. Think of Portal combined with Stanley Parable. And like a tiny, tiny, tiny bit of blueprints thrown in there. Yeah. That's what we're going for. It's going to be good. It's going to be a fantastic game. Best game of 2028 or 2029, whenever it releases. Yeah. Ager. Ager. Ager, of course, Ager. But yeah, this is... I'm currently trying to figure out how to watch signals. And I think I need to do it this way. We go like shape box script or shape, wait, script instance will be shape box. We go script instance is the shape box script new. And I think here is where we can do watch signals on the script instance. I think that's what we need to do. Oh yeah, we also have a secret word for people that don't know. We had this question yesterday, but I want to ask more people this question. What is your what is your favorite underrated puzzle game? So a puzzle game that doesn't get it talked about enough. You know, so everyone knows The Witness and Portal and Talos Principle, stuff like that. You know, what's your favorite puzzle game that's not spoken about a lot? Could be Block Shop. It could be, what was that one we were told about yesterday? Oh my god, I've forgotten it. I should have wishlisted it. The hint today for the secret word is it affects people differently. Yeah. So it's food related and it affects people differently. Hmm. I'm gonna have to give it to Sammy. Okay? I'm gonna have to give it to Sammy. Sammy guessed spicy. The answer is spice. I feel that's fair to give Sammy that. So Sammy's winning all of these. Like, does anyone else actually want? Does anyone else actually want to win these games? Who wants a game? Are you giving a game like Sammy, you can give your choice to someone else if you want. You don't have to, but you're the one that won, so you can give it to someone else if you want. Now, these are the games you can choose from. So you probably can't see it because of the chat window. So neon white, so good. Yep. Dice Folk sounds interesting. On there. We'll show it to you. This is Dice Folk. Oh, it's not going to play because it's got like deer. Oh, you. All right. Well, these are screenshots from Dice Folk. It kind of looks like it's Slay the Spire-esque. You know, where you've got like your pathway sort of thing to the boss. So then you got your battle. So yeah, I can give you that one. I can give you that one. Chess. All right, give me 2 seconds, Chica. I just need to get this key sorted out for Sammy. Jesus Christ, Sammy. There you go, Sammy. Just sent it to you. Oh my God. I gotta delete it from here. Cool. All right. Leeches. Stop being so smart. I gotta come up with another word for tomorrow now. I don't think it's Sammy being so smart. I think it's people not guessing. Like, you gotta guess if you want to win. Ah, yeah, it's my turn. I'm first. I'm white. I'll do that. Hmm. Then let's see. Mm. Um. There we go. I had to figure out how to do that at the end there. I had to figure that out. I was like, how the hell am I going to checkmate from here in the quickest way possible? I figured sacking my queen at the end there was probably a better option. Could have played your rook next to your king much earlier. True. True. Yeah. I don't think that far ahead in chess. My chess is very reactive. Yeah. You look hurt, Mr. Neeson. Would you like a balloon? Why a balloon? It's a helium balloon. Ah, good stuff. Good stuff. You're expecting that move for so long? Why didn't you do something about it then? If you're expecting it. My chess is very much based on sacking. Just that the majority of them are unintentional. So what I'm hearing, Chica, is the next time we play, I need to just sack all of my pieces and let you win. Another topic, I experienced a Tommy gun this weekend. You experienced a Tommy gun this weekend. Is it someone named Tommy that's like a gun at football or something? When a person who has a severe case of the runs and has recently eaten corn. That's God damn it. Oh, funny. Oh, that's horrible. That is horrible. That wasn't a joke. I'm gonna laugh because that's just hilarious. For a second, I thought Tommy referred to Thompson, and I thought, no, not this freedom, democracy, jazz again. I was pleasantly surprised. I don't think you were pleasantly surprised. How we doing, Ray? How are we doing? I really need to get this this monitor thing set up on a Raspberry Pi and have like chat up here. Yeah, just off to the side of the camera, so that way I've like got chat there. Because right now I've got like the microphone hiding stuff, and it's not good. What up, Chica? You know what? 7. Is that right? Was I correct? If you say I'm incorrect, I say you don't know what you're talking about. Cannot make signal assertions because the object shape box is not being. So if I do. Hang on. So if I do. Script instance completed. Why is it running 5 scripts? Did not emit signal. Hmm. Place that with shapebox instance. Let's see if that works. Since there's so many bugs that were reported by someone, I'll let you choose my opening I play against you next time, but I play white. I don't even know opening names. Like, I think the only ones I know the name of are like the king pawn and the queen pawn. It's like that's just like the pawn in front of the king or the pawn in front of the queen. They're the only ones that I know the name of. Like, I've heard of other openings. I have heard of other openings, but I don't know what the moves are for those openings. I just know that they're the names of openings. So that's not going to help. Queen's Gambit. I don't know why this runs all of it. Hmm. Assuming Hypno plays D5, that can be played. I have no idea what it is. It just sounds cool. I don't know if this is right, but I think the Queen's Gambit is you move your queen pawn, they move their king pawn. No. No, you play. Actually, no, I don't know. I don't know. Something like that. Ow. Is it a common strat or is it a harder one to pull off? Oh. Chica? Is it common or more difficult? Ow. Cannot make signal assertions. Ah, yeah. The watch signals. Shapebox instance. To emit signal with parameter. Parameter 0. The 0 does not equal 2. Okay, so for some reason it's saying that it's glitched. They're saying that shape like this here. I'm going get the shapes. Or like append shape to shapes. Because those are the shapes within the box. And these are the ones placed by the top of the box. We loop over each slot. I have a feeling if we print debug that, I have a feeling that's going to say that there are no oh no, it did say 7. Okay, so it does have them. That's good. Studied up to 40 moves in some variations. God damn. I don't know. That's too many moves. Too many moves. I mean, most of my games are like 20 to 30 moves each. I was like, yeah. Good song. This is a good song. So I think the problem is this config. Oh, it still has dash D. This doesn't have the config. Not Bubble Shop. Most of your games most likely will be played once and only once, because neither you or Europe has good knowledge of treat lines, or ones who will end up starting and losing exchange for themselves. That's the one thing I don't get, is if everyone at the top level is just playing the same memorized moves over and over and over again until they get up to the point that they don't have it memorized. Can't you just, like, what? Why? It feels like it just becomes a memory game. So if I get rid of this, we go Godot test. Two scripts. Okay. And that's because the hinge joint. I could create a separate. Moves you memorize and moves that keep eval within negative 0.5 to 0.5. I'll take your word for it. um, where's the errors do not cause failure? When an internal gut error occurs, tests will fail. With this option set, that does not happen. It feels like I need this. I need to duplicate this, get rid of directories, and configure. I get rid of those two, and change, like, keep the failure error types, keep everything else. Um, I'm going to add a gut test config. Take that in here. So, back over here. We're going to do a gconfig of tests gut test config. And get rid of the exit there. Let's see if that works. Yeah, cool. Now it's not failing with the hinge joint errors and stuff like that. It's only failing because of this. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. So we want to assert equal shape box instance shapes size to equal enums shape type size. And we also want to assert equal shape box instance blocks placed size to be shape type size. Those need to be commas. See what's happening. 7 expected to equal 8. Interesting. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because it has none. We've got none in there. That's why. No, 7 to equal 8. No VM. Now it expected 8 to equal 7 at line 40. Ah, yep. Yep. There we go. That's what the issue was. The issue was that we were taking into account none. Shape type none. And now we know that that's being omitted with intended. So we know that the logic for the shape box for that scenario is working. Yeah. Hell yeah. This one here, this is for glitched wall. So what we can do is actually just leave it like so. And then call that. Well, actually, I might do Might do a few in here. Shape type diamond to be enums shape type diamond and enums shape type star and prism to be enums shape type prism. So we want this to be, so the number of shapes in the box should still be that. The number of blocks placed should be 3. Because we have these two placed through diamond and we have prism placed through prism. Yeah. So that will be completed with glitched. I don't know if I've gotten really good at holding back sneezes, but over the last week, there's been about 30 times where I feel like I'm going to sneeze. And then nothing. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's annoying. It's very, very annoying. All test pass. Yeah. Glitched slots will be take those, but we're going to get rid of diamonds. I'm gonna have that go shape type diamond. Blocks placed will be the same, but you will still be glitched. Saying pineapple work with you? What do you mean? What do you mean, does saying pineapple work with me? I love it. So now we do with the box closed for creative. Get rid of that. There's some kind of life hack which claims you can prevent a sneeze by saying pineapple. I'm gonna call BS on that. I'm going to agree with you. I also want to copy these. Go. Get rid of that. Go. Like so. We'll do that. And then this one is top, which will just be enums shape type. Diamond, enums shape type. Star, enums shape type. Moon. Blocks placed will be what, our 4. Damn, 1 failed. 7 to equal 4. Actually, that would be, that would still be that. Yes. Yes. And then what we can also do is go cert equal shapebox instance slots rectangle asked shapes to be that. Oops. This will be diamond now. Yeah. So we now have unit tests confirming that this shape box is emitting the completed signal when, like, with the correct parameter of intended, glitched, or creative, based on how the blocks have gotten into the box itself, how the blocks have been put in. And then we can also do test incomplete puzzle or test puzzle incomplete. And we go if no take these, pop them here, get rid of that. We can do that. Blocks placed will be 6, no, 5. Shapes will also be 5. Expect signal not emitted. Ah, because shapes is still being added. All tests are now failing because of that. 6 to equal 7. 6 to equal 7. So we only append shapes if slots as shape or if top as shape. Glitched wall, 2 expected to equal 7. Diamond and prism, that's why. Yeah. And what we can do here is go excluded. If excluded has shape. Or excluded has shape. So down here, we can go excluded as shape type diamond and shape type star. Puzzle incomplete. Oh, of course. Because puzzle complete only gets called when shape size is slot size. Yeah. Yep, cool. So I don't need to worry about this one here. This would have to be a integration test. Because that requires the area 3D to detect it. Beautiful. I like it. I like it a lot. So what's the next thing for us to do? I guess it's creating the integrated logic. Puzzles, logic, shape box. Test shape box. Extends gut test. Um, what do we need to do? And we need to get these three. Pop them in here. Ads coming in. All right. I'm going to take a short little BRB because those coffees have gone through me today. All right. I need to get my slippers too. Need to get my slippers because my tootsies are getting cold. Rife. Reef. I is fake. I is fake. BRB, y'all. Oh, damn, you got perfect. Level 17. Let's do this. Let's do it. Let's do it. um, um, we're not getting this. What is the... What? Shine. S is hidden. S is hidden. I think B might be fake. Or one of the ends. F is fake. Okay. Damn. Where was Sammy? We needed Sammy and everyone. Dang it. What the actual fuck? I have no idea. Yeah, that was tough. That was tough. It was very, very tough. What are we testing now? So this here needs to do shapebox instance equals instantiate. Words on stream gets extra exciting once you get to the levels where the answers no longer show up. Yeah, I think that's around level 20. Over level 20, the words the answers no longer show up. And I think over level 25, I think all of the letters are hidden as well. Shinbone! Annoying. Annoying. So we instantiate it. Watch signals. After each, we do shapebox instance free. And we also do add child auto free. the same as auto free, but it also adds the object as a child of the test. Oh, snap. Is that what I need to do for all of them? Auto queue free. Okay. That's actually really helpful. And then test game data. Nice. It still says that there's 3 unfreed children. That's for the test room loader. Oh, hang on. Is that because... I think that's because we need to do a after each double room loader. Loaded rooms. We go that should... Yeah, cool. That gets rid of... Yep. So the issue is that it like each test is adding a room. Like it's loading a room and adding it as a sibling. That's the problem. Pray tell, where's that tasty looking beverage? It is a apple based beverage. It is bubbly and fizzy. If they want me to tell you the brand, they can sponsor me. It is very tasty though. It's from Adelaide. From Adelaide in Australia. In South Australia. So, yeah. Actually, I was going through all of my old laptops. I realized I had 3 old laptops that I don't use, plus my current laptop. So my current laptop is like one of the first framework laptops. Um, and then I had 3 others, and I was looking at them and I was like, these laptops go back to like 2018. One of them was a laptop I used for programming at work back in like the mid to late 2010s. And I was like opening it up to like take the batteries off and like take out the hard drives and stuff like and the SSDs and stuff so that I could destroy those separately. And I was like, how much RAM do these things have? And the oldest one had 4 gigs of RAM. And I used that as a programming laptop. And I was like, God damn. Using 4 gigs of RAM to do programming back in the mid to late 2010s. Ah, oh, times have changed. Times have changed so much. Oh, that's a good crack. So that's fixed. This here. So this is our integration test. I used to program on far less than that. Oh, same here. Same here. I actually remember playing Warcraft 2. Warcraft 2, which was, well, it's not, Reign of Chaos was 3, Orcs vs. Humans was 1. Warcraft 2 was, what was Warcraft 2? Tides of Darkness, that's it. Tides of Darkness. Like I played this game. I played this game on my family's PC with no graphics card. No graphics card. Like Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3, we needed a graphics card. Needed a graphics card for this, because otherwise it displayed like it didn't render stuff. And there was just like black patches all over the game. But this stuff, that was, yeah. Okay. Our integration test here. So it is testing the shape box having a shape placed in it. And making sure that when a block is placed in that this is called. So what I would have to do, what I have to do for this is test placing block. through top. Or test placing block. How are we going to do this? We need to apply a force to the lids in the opposite directions. Open box. And then shape box. Get node. Shape box base. Top front. The hell is it? A shape box lid. I guess I'll just call it like a. Oh, god damn it. Oh, that came up on me. Ooh, that snuck up out of nowhere. Rigid Body 3D. And top back. Well, she'll go back lid. Shape box base. Top back. Front lid. There you go. Front lid. Apply impulse. Apply central impulse. And let's do apply impulse. And we'll do like a vector 3 of the front lid is that one. So it needs to be a negative Z force. Go like a 1.0 and negative 10. Because basically what I want to have happen is I want it to like push it open. You know? Backward, apply impulse, vector 3. The reason why I'm doing 1.0 is because it's going to apply it. It's going to apply it going up. Actually, no. No, you can be 0. Because we're applying that impulse we're applying that impulse straight away, which means it'll give it the nudge from being upright here. It'll give it the nudge to go the other direction. Yeah. And then we do we need to spawn a block, spawn a shape block. It'd go scenes. Puzzles. Logic. They all exist in here as their own thing. Save as. This is rectangle. We're going to do oh, you're already saved under assets. Oh, collided. Where are you already saved to? Assets, models, shape box. You know what? Yeah, that's a better spot. That is a better spot for it. um, so under models, shape box, we're getting our colliders set up. Orange? Why'd you make me orange? What's happening? I really need to cut my hair this week. I really need to cut my hair. Starting to look like a hippie. Kiddo told me to. Nah, fair. Fair enough. That makes sense. That's already saved. That's already saved. And why are you saved as Pentagon? Star. Delete that. God damn. Horrible. Horrible stuff. Oh. So if we duplicate you, copy your transform, paste it there, delete you, prism, prism. And what I'm going to do I'm going to build everything so that it's testable. And what that means is all of these we're going to be having all of them load their colliders. Rename. All right. Duplicate you. Do this. Moon. Oops. That's wrong. Do that. Okay. So under shape block, when we do our ready, what we want to do is go collision mesh. Collision shape load assets models shape box %, enums, shape type keys get shape type to lower. Mesh will be Ozbox moon, hexagon, diamond, cylinder, prism, rectangle, star. Excellent. Shape box. Now I don't need to cast that twice. I can just do this variable. Right. If shape type is shape type, actually, diamond, I can just rotate 45 degrees. Done. It's the exact same thing as a square, just rotated 45 degrees. Cool. So, under the test, rectangle shape block, or rectangle block is load scenes, puzzles, logic, shape block, PSCN. Instantiate rect block shape type is going to be rectangle. Add child auto queue free rect block. Rect block position y plus 1. It's going to be up in the air. And then what we want to do is simulate the shape box, simulate a number of frames by calling process and physics process 10 times. Specified frame time. So 60 frames. Yeah. Check processing. To make simulate respect the status. Objects can disable their processing methods using set process. This is reflected in the object methods is processing respectively. To make simulate respect this status, for example, if you were testing an object which toggles processing, pass check processing is true. Okay, cool. So I can ignore that. And then we can simulate the rect block for 4 seconds. That should give it plenty of time to fall into the box. Ow. And then we can assert called. Here's the issue that we have. I need to watch for the signal being called, but I also need to watch for, I also need this thing to be, I need to be able to spy. And that requires them to be double, I think. Assert that a method was called on an instance of a doubled class. So how can I listen to the signals of this thing and also spy on its functions? I spy with my little eye something that is hypno. Oh, I thought you were going to go green. Okay, that's different. I was completely off there. How? Is there something under the double that I can access? Smart double. Override strat. Thing is packed scene. Get doubler. Partial double scene. I do not know how we would do this. Because I need to watch for the signals, but I also need to spy the methods. I guess I can... I guess I can just do this. I guess I don't need to be listening for the signal because I've already got the signal being... Like, I'm already watching the signal in a unit test that tests all the different states. So this is just testing that the actual objects are triggering things as they should. Triggering areas and events and things. So this one here is the one that is handling the signals. And this one here, I can do the partial double. Separate them out. What was that puzzle game that someone pointed us towards yesterday? There was a puzzle game that someone mentioned yesterday that I've completely forgotten the name of. But it looked like something... Like, it reminded me of Block Shot. Gotta keep them separated. Yep. Hey, don't pay no mind. You're under 18, you won't be doing any time. Come out and play. Good Offspring song, that. Good Offspring song. Opus Magnum, that's it. That one right there. Wishlisting that. 90 on Metacritic. Nice. Let's see. Subway Builder, no. Quantum Odyssey. Quantum Odyssey, the everything puzzle, hey? Jesus Christ, what a starting screen. Okay, so this is like just circuits. Kind of. I'm so confused. You're building... So... Nothing there. 1 there, 2 there, 3 there, 4 there, 5 there, 6 there, 7 there, 8 there, 9 there, 10 there, 11 there, 12 there, 13 there, 14 there, 15 there. So you have to get a certain number of these into these spots. So you don't want any to go in there. You only want 1 to reach there. You want 15 to reach here. And you want 10 to reach here. Okay. I kind of see what it's like. Yep. Baba is you, definitely. Definitely. Shenzhen IO is pretty good. Virtual circuit board. Yeah, nice. All right. As long as I've got that game on my wish list. There's Opus Magnum, Time Flies, Baba is You. Those are on my list. Those are some puzzle games on my list. Even though Time Flies isn't really a puzzle game, it's more of just a try to do stuff game. Yeah, you have a limited time frame, do different things. So I'm gonna start this up just to make sure that what I've done with the shapes is working. Ooh, 25. It's dark out here. Very dark out here. Um, but did it complain about? Um, I'm just gonna leave that there so that I can see stuff. I think the next thing we're gonna have to look at is lighting for the game. Try and figure out how we're doing the lighting. So see how none of the blocks are there. Shape box prism trez. Assets, models, shape box, prism. Oh, it's res. That's why. Okay, that's better. Um, shape type, shape name, shape type, keys get to lower. There we go. There we are. Yeah, that's why we need to fix some things. Damn it. Anyway, that's all I needed to verify. That is all I needed to verify. All right. From that, close you. And then we go shapebox instance. Well, assert called shapebox instance block placed block placed was called with rect block and blocks placed has shape type. Blocks placed has rect block shape type. And shapes also has it. Shape placed was also shape placed was called with that. We want puzzle complete to not have been called. Puzzle complete is been underscore. And then block removed does get called, but that's only because that's the exit function. So if we're testing integration, puzzles, logic, shapebox, test, shapebox GD. Helps if I spell that correctly. Okay, so we got an error. Ads coming in. So what? Expected shape place to have been called on shapebox with parameters that calls made on shapebox. So that's going to be something to do with our use of simulate. I don't know. We're gonna have to figure that out. Let's get these words up for yous. I'm gonna BRB for a mini. All right. Let's give you the first word though. Y'all. Oh, yeah. There we go. All right. Burbs. All right, I'm back. One thing I want to do. How's that? Now you can have sound. Explode? Exploding kittens. Good game. Oh. Nope. No, Sammy, we're gonna lose now that you've gone. No! Everyone, stop guessing words so Sammy feels bad. No! No! That's what Sammy is. That's what Sammy is right there. Load. Loped. Lodex. I don't know. Oxed. Dang. Close. Close. Look at that. I'm number one. I'm number one. Alright, so why... I don't want to run all. Huh. That's right, I do. Oh yeah. I can't hear it, so I mean, I could hear it very, very slightly, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, you get it. You get it. You're a smart bunch. The BRB still there. Oh yeah. That one I was totally aware of, and I was just waiting for someone to say something. I was just waiting for someone to say something. Well done, VM. You win bragging rights. You win bragging rights. You can tell people I am the one that corrected that mistake. Yep. That should also be shape block. Um, so how does simulate work? Only cause code directly related to process and physics process methods to run. Signals will be sent, methods will be called, but timers, for example, will not fire since the main loop of the game is not actually running. Hmm. Can I actually have this simulate the physics properly? Hmm. Hmm. Get children. That doesn't actually call that. Hmm. No. Print debug. Rect block. Position. Shape box. 1 and 0. This shape box. You're at 105. That's 115. That's 155. So that's half a meter up. So it would be up there compared to the box. So if we just make it 0.6 in that case. No function get children cannot convert argument 1 from nil to bool. $23. Does simulate not want to? Simulate also doesn't want. Hmm. So now we've got a problem. That's still at 0.6. So you were still at 0.6. Even after. So simulate's not doing shit. That's inputs. Because this is supposed to call process and physics process. Its inherit mode is, or its process mode is inherit. So I go in here. For debug. Position and linear velocity. So linear velocity is always 0. I'm assuming there's no gravity. Print debug. Zero. Parameter state is null. So that's the problem. Even if I give this a linear velocity and I go linear velocity, actually, bicentral impulse of vector 3, 0.0, negative 1.0, 0.0. Maybe we'll go 2.0. This here can be vector 3, 0.0, 0.1, 0.0. Take this. Yep. Yep. Woof. Why are you woofing? How can I do this? I don't think we can actually simulate the physics stuff. Because you feel like it? That's an odd reason. An odd reason. You feel like it, so you do it. What if you didn't feel like it? If you didn't feel like it, would you still do it? Huh? Then you wouldn't woof? Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's weird. That's hilarious. That was funny. Yeah, you missed something. You missed something. I was changing up the Twitch channel that I was lurking in. I was changing up the Twitch channel that I was lurking in. And as soon as I went into this person's channel, they were like, "Who's Hypnotic Games?" And I was like, "I'm me." Ah, that was great. That was perfect. Perfect timing. Oh. um. So how do we simulate this? That was perfect timing, random. That was such perfect timing. That was great. I love it. Hello all. Welcome in. How you doing, Ty? I'm gonna change who I'm lurking in now. Otherwise, I've got myself in my ear like 5 times, and I need to stop that. All right. How we doing? What up, Mandeth? How we going? I'm doing unit tests today. I'm trying to figure out how to do a unit test with physics simulation. So, yeah. What were you up to? Why were you watching me raid? I always have a channel up lurking. And I just happened to go into your channel to start lurking as you said, who is Hypnotic Games? And I was like, oh, that's me. I'm the floating head and hands with the mustache. Yeah, the mustache that just goes on and on. Yeah. That's who I am. What was the raid message? Raid? That's the raid message right there. Is the guy who likes to laugh at all of his own jokes. Hey, I am my biggest laugher. I forget how it goes, but that, yeah. I think you need a pointier mustache. I do. It's getting pointier. It's getting pointier over time, don't worry. Yeah. Got enough startle twist so far? I do. I can even I can go over that way. I usually put them behind the glasses to like hold them in place. But yeah. Yeah. Got to follow to make sure you get ahead in life. Exactly. I am known as the best head on Twitch. Take that however you will. Okay. But yeah, we're making a puzzle narrative game. Think of Portal combined with Stanley Parable. That's what we're aiming for. Yes. Tell us about yourself, Ty. Tell everyone here what you're doing, why you're doing it. I'm stuck on trying to simulate physics in my unit testing. Just frustrating. Both working on physics stuff. It's a good match. Oh, perfect. We're doing physics interactions for our puzzles. So you like grab stuff and open it. And it's like it stays until you let go and then it like drops. Like do all like I would show you, but my lighting is terrible at the moment. I suppose I can change that. Ambient light we can increase the ambient light. That's all right. See? Like that type of thing. I need to fix that up though. But yeah, you get the idea. Working on making an incremental game based on real life mechanical principles. I'm a mechanical engineer for my day job. Oh, nice. Bash my head against my code trying to get a PID controller working to create a cap on things. Ah, yep, fair. Much more complex than what I'm trying to do. Yes. My abilities are not quite that of a mechanical engineer. I'll tell you that much. Yeah. Got much on for the night? If you need to like get food or go to bed, please do. Don't feel like you have to hang around on my account. It's only 11:30 in the morning for me. So the joy of being an Australian. We're awake at the better times. Still got time? Nice. That's dinner time. That's food time. Stuff in your face time. That's what that is. Oh, we also like dad jokes here. So if you have dad jokes, let them rip. Yeah. Same with mum jokes. If you've got mum jokes, throw them out there. Those are a little bit different, though. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, you get it. They're different. More hot sauce. All right. Which hot sauce are we doing this time, random? 35k. All right. That's sweet. Worst thing about this mustache? Stray hairs like get up here, stab me in the eye. Hence the glasses. Christ, that's a bit more sauce than I wanted on that one. All right. Thank you, random. So what I'm going to do, since there's no physics being taken into account here, I can get rid of all that. And what we can do, we can go I think if we put it at about 0.3, that'll be good. Point 2. Jeepers. There we go. That's better. So 0.2. Maybe 0.25. Yeah, 0.25 will do. We made a joke about not being able to feel the hot sauce with how hot it is outside, but it's winter for you guys. So I'll just chill and wait for a better opportunity. I mean, go for it. That's That's still a valid dad joke. Yeah. And also, it depends on where I am in Australia. Because even though it's winter, look at Darwin. Even though it's winter, Darwin is still 30 degrees Celsius. Middle of winter. During summer, Darwin hits like high 40s. It gets to like 48 degrees Celsius most days in summer. So, yeah. For you Americans, C to F, that would be 118 Fahrenheit. That's most of their summer days. Where I'm in Melbourne, summer usually hovers around about 95. So, but right now it's about 12. So, yeah, chilly. Max out around 30 Celsius in the summer here. Oof. That's lovely summer weather. Beautiful summer weather. Oh, actually, does anyone here, Ty, this is very much directed at you as well, but all of the people you've brought over as well. Do you have a favorite underrated puzzle game? A favorite underrated puzzle game. So mine is Patrick's Parabox. Mine's this. I love this puzzle game. It is so fantastic. But perhaps yours is Opus Magnum. Someone told me about this and I was like, that's an interesting puzzle game that I should get behind. Yeah. Kind of depends on how you define a puzzle game. A game where the majority of it is puzzle based. So, a game that has puzzles in it, but the puzzle is not the focus, I don't consider that a puzzle game. Like Portal would be a puzzle game. Talos Principle, The Witness, Block Shop, Shenzhen, I think would be a puzzle game as well. Bubba Is You. I'd consider that a puzzle game. I'm an engineer. The world is a puzzle. I mean, that's fair, but like, what I'm saying is Dishonored has puzzles in it. But that's not a puzzle game. It's an RPG, adventure, action game. Yeah. Big boy! Welcome in, big boy. How you doing? Not a puzzle game? You're not a puzzle game, Maria. Everyone understands you. I was just asking people from Ty's raid. Everyone from Ty's raid, meet everyone from Big Boy's raid. Everyone from Big Boy's raid, meet everyone from Ty's raid. Now, I was asking them what their favorite underrated puzzle game is. It's going good, just spiraling into the world of custom keyboards. Yeah, I noticed. Custom keyboards are a nightmare. Meet everyone from HypnoStream. We're still going with our puzzle narrative over here, big boy. I'm just doing unit testing stuff. So if anyone's using Godot, I highly recommend Godot unit test, because I have a bunch of unit tests written at the moment. And it's a very nice way for me to validate that all of my logic works. It's very good, big boy. I highly recommend it. Making sure that signals are fired when they should be, making sure that things are colliding with each, like interact with each other. Making sure that when a function runs, it gives you the expected output and stuff. Oh, that's so nice. Barely know what a unit test is. When you learn what a unit test is, that is when you become sad. Yes, they have a ton of documentation for it as well. A ton of documentation for it. I will say, this is a little bit so simulate calls process and physics process. And that's true. But I've tried using it just before, and it doesn't actually simulate the physics itself. If something's given a linear velocity, it doesn't move that thing. That's what I'm noticing. It just calls physics process, and then you just make sure that things inside physics process that should be called are called. Yeah. I know what it is, but that's all I know. I have no idea how to use that information. Basically, you want to make sure that X does Y in situations containing Z. That's basically all unit test is. Yeah. Block Shop, not Block Game, my bad. Yes, Block Shop is made by Fullbox. This one. Fullbox. Another streamer. Did you ever finish your body? I do. I do have my body working. It depends on which body you're talking about, Stephen. Which body are we talking about? Because I do have this body. I don't have my trackers turned on. So the trackers, like, I can't, it's not going to move around and stuff with me because the trackers aren't on. But yes, it does work. It does work. Turing Complete, or the Flow games, I play on my phone. I don't really play puzzle games as most people would think of them all that often. That's fair. That's fair. What up, Vongo? How you doing? This is the best puzzle game, though. What I'm doing right now is the best puzzle game. It's basically the puzzle of how do I test this without having physics actually running. So I'm hoping we do this. I think we also need this to be block removed. Yes, block removed, but we don't want blocks placed to be erased. Let's see what happens. I don't think this is going to work. How to break the thing you made, the game. Yep. How to break the thing you made, the game. That's just me with my previous game. That thing breaks fucking every day with some new weird thing that's like, I swear to God, I tested that. And now it's just broken because someone's doing something that I didn't think of. Why? Okay. Okay, here we are. Instance of double was expected. So that's the problem we have. If we go partial double, like such. Dang. Hmm. Because what I'm essentially doing is having this placed there. Yeah. And that's going to overlap. That's going to overlap the shape box area. Like this top area here. But it does not like that. I guess what I could do. One thing I could do. In a shape box, there's an area 3D. And block detector as an area 3D. And then we do in a shape box replaced with in a shape box. And block detector replaced with block detector. So from that, instead of testing this stuff here, what we can do is go cert equal the shapebox instance block detector get collision layer value for 4. Oh, mask. Yep, mask. Mask value of 4 to equal the... Actually, I'm going to change this to true. The reason why I'm going to change that to true is so that if I decide to change what layer these things are on down the track, that will now fail and I'll have to come update this test. Because I also need to validate the rect block get collision layer value. So if one of those is false, there's a problem. And the detector is not going to detect that block. So that's something that needs to be fixed. So this is a good substitute for the... This is a good substitute for not being able to do what I was trying to do before. And then what we can do is we can loop over all of these and go 4 slots, shapebox slot, in shapebox instance, slots, values, go assert true, slot, get collision mask value. Constant shape collision layer. And we can change this to be test collision layers. Bam! We now make sure that all of these area 3Ds and collision, like rigid bodies, have the same layer and mask to be able to detect each other in order for these things to be kicked off. The other thing I should do is do Quality does not exist. However, Vongo, I'm currently this close to having the new overlay up and running. And the new overlay will bring back Colty, Witch, and Chair Lean. So, yeah. I'm also working on getting this. Do you have any TTS right now? Yes. Yes, you do have TTS right now. You have those. The secret word, for anyone that doesn't know, we have a secret word. You can claim the redeem to guess what the secret word is. If you're correct, you get to pick a Steam key from the list of games I have keys for. And then I just give you that. I just give you the Steam key because you got the secret word right. The secret word hints. The first hint yesterday was it is. Oh wait, hang on. It was food related. So the secret word was food related. The hint today was
I'm gonna eat a Cavino tender with Dipnotic.
the hint today was that people like this affects people differently. And Sammy guessed what the secret word was. Sammy guessed the secret word. The secret word was spice. Sammy said spicy. So I was like, you know what, that's fair. That's fair. We'll give it to Sammy. So tomorrow there will be a new secret word. Yes. We also have a local AI. And this local AI I'm going to set up so that the new overlay you can actually interact with this local AI. So anyone have anything you want to say to Hitbotnik? Say something to Hitbotnik? The Nordhold game that Sammy won and gave to me is really fun. Nice. Go on, Mongo. Talk to him. Actually, I want to see if I can. Let's see. Let's go into here. What in the language is that? It's Australian. Speaking the Queen's Aussie. G'day, Gidant. What on your mind? Don't keep a genius like me waiting. I think it thinks it's a genius. It thinks that it's a genius. It's okay. That's okay. I've changed it. Don't you dare call Hitbotnik a bedunt. Are you a gedunt or a bedunt? Get a grip, gedunt. How good is it? It's lovely. Lovely. That's running on my Raspberry Pi 5. It's so nice. Can't wait for it. What do we need? That's right, we're testing collision ways, but I also want to assert or test shape box setup. I want to make sure that shape box block detector body entered is connected to block placed exited block removed to be inner shape box needs to be body exited shape removed shape placed. All right, we have words coming in. I'm gonna give you these words. I'm gonna BRB for a moment. Let's do it. BRB, y'all. Yeah, Pram. It's a good thing I got back when I did. Really good thing I got back when I did. Let's see. Port. I think X is fake. Oh, actually, no. I think M is fake. I think M is fake. Yep, M's fake. Geez, me and Slatey basically created the big word there. Oh, M's fake. There we go. Nicely done, Slatey. God damn, I can't believe you all missed that. That was mind-blowing. Oof. Hell yeah. Just waiting for someone to get it. I usually do the same thing. Yeah. T-Rex. Rope. Of course. Well, it's so obvious now. Nicely done. Next ad, we keep going. Next ads. Okay. Let's test this. Beautiful. So that's making sure, that's an integration test we've got there. I'm not sure there's anything else we need for that. I guess I can also call these functions manually. So we can do a function test shape placed removed. Load. Shape block TSCN. Shape block. I want to learn how to bake. I realize as I say that, that's come out of absolutely fucking nowhere. That's come out of nowhere whatsoever. But you know, I just feel like learning how to bake. I already know how to bake bread to a basic level. You know. Why not? Um, we do. Instantiate. Um, we do. Shapebox instance. Shape placed. Rect block instance. Removed. We're looking for shapes to be appended. I guess I can also do like, a child auto queue free node. We do shapebox instantiate, shape placed node. Cert equal shape box. That actually cert true. Shapes is empty. Equals nums shape type rectangle. That should work. Because we're testing shape placed. We make sure that this appends it, and when it's a node that's not a shape block, this doesn't do anything. And then also with the remove, if it's not a shape block, or it doesn't have that type, it returns. Okay, something's wrong. Okay, so we have non-existent function instantiate on base nil. That's what we need. Beautiful. I've still got this goddamn music for Words on String playing. Whoops. Oopsie. Test block placed removed. So what happens here with the block placed and the block removed is we can do the same stuff here. So when we're placing the block, we want this to be blocks placed. Blocks placed. There we are. Okay. It's really leaning forward today. So we have block placed and block removed. I can call that twice. Sure, same block isn't added twice. There's going to be a problem here, I think. I don't know. I just know how my code works. Cool. I like it. That is our shape box with all of its unit testing that we need for now. Yeah, probably forever, to be honest. The next thing would be interactable. Okay, so we can make sure that, yep. So we need another interaction or another integration test. Test player interaction. extends gut test. We go load. So Reacher comes out every Wednesday, doesn't it? Not player TSCN. I think we just go with player GD. Now we'll go player TSCN. Seriously, Spotify, what are you doing? What are you doing, Spotify? Mix it up. You're on shuffle. You're on shuffle, but you don't have like the same 100 or 200 songs each time. Redonkulous. What is this? Ah, this is going to be interesting. This is where we need to have a look at doubling singletons. No, that's not. That's all of these singletons. So, how the player here, the player has an instance. Yeah. So, how are we going to get that to be the double? It should still work. It should still work. I don't think I need to do that. I think what I can do is go before each. Maybe I do still need like player inst. Player inst equals partial double player instantiate auto free and do test player grab interactable. We need to go interactable. Grab drop interactable. We need to go to okay. we do... What does it need to do? We need this to then be node 3D new. Interactable. Set script. To that. All right. Do this for interactable. We have our player instance grab. Interactable. Is that right? No. I'm going to do interactable grab. Do that. So from that, we can do assert equal player instance held object to be interactable. That's what I would expect. Test player interaction GD. Okay. Script inherits from native type rigid body 3D, so it can't be assigned to an object of type node 3D. If I do that, yes. I like all of it. Local grab pause. Okay. Interactable. Local grab pause. Vector 3. Lovely. Lovely. This is writing these tests. Now that I've written a few of these tests, writing them is becoming very quick. And I like that. Being able to write unit tests quickly is extremely helpful. The more we add things, the more tests we write, the more our game's not going to break. Then we can assert null the player inst held object interactable local grab position vector3 inf. Perfect. So, I should really get around to making that that devlog of how our puzzles are gonna work. We really need to get around to that. So now that we're testing that, what else do we need to test between these two? I guess we can probably test the unhandled input. Maybe? Because that's going to require the state machine. And the base state is going to be interact. And if the player raycast get collide. That requires the raycast. Yep. Then we do collider interact. Ooh, actually, no, because it's inside physics process, isn't it? So if we do that, yeah, it still requires the raycast to be updated. Yeah. All right. I like it. I think that's enough unit tests for now. If we run all of the tests, all of them are passing, all 17 tests, all 92 asserts. Okie dokie, how are you? Okie dokie. Good to hear. Very good to hear. Let's start figuring out our lighting, shall we? So we don't have SDFGI on. if true, SDFGI used an occlusion detection approach to reduce light leaking. So if we have this as a procedural sky, and we have all of these. So the issue I think we have now is if we drop you down to be pure black, it's still pretty dark. Okay. Some weird shadowing going on there, but okay. So what we would want we need it to because if we have that, ow. Owie, 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 owie. See how that's not adjusting? And it's because of the SDFGI. Okay. If true, enable sun dispelled illumination for the mesh. Okay, so I think we do want that. But I want to see if we can get it without that. We do want screen space reflections. I don't think I want that though. I think it looks better without screen space ambient occlusion. We don't want screen space reflections. What's this? Screen space indirect lighting effect is enabled. Screen space indirect lighting is a form of indirect lighting that allows diffuse light to bounce between nearby objects. Screen space indirect lighting works very similarly to screen space ambient occlusion in that it only affects a limited range. It is intended to be used along with a form of proper global illumination like SDFGI or voxel GI. It is not affected by individual light indirect energy. Uh, because you're very flat now. Let's have a look at lights. A light map probe represents a single manually placed probe for dynamic lighting. Hmm. So if we the light map GI and there's a voxel GI. Dynamic objects will receive light from them. Furthermore, lights can be fully dynamic or baked. Oh, something tells me I'm going to need a little lights. Or that I'm going to need a voxel GI combined with what is the bake mode? OmniLight 3D. The light's bake mode. This will affect the global illumination techniques that have an effect on the light's rendering. Mesh's global illumination mode will also affect the global illumination rendering. GI mode. If I set them as static, ooh, you look very shiny, don't you? You're supposed to be black, but okay. Oof. An ambient light's really shit, isn't it? I think when I put a light in the room, that'll be very different. That's very reflective. Because the light is right there in the middle of the room. What's that? What's that on the left? That triangle there. Hmm. So you're shaded there. But notice that shadow that's just like hovering in the air. Or is that just me looking at them? I should probably put colliders on those windows too. Hmm. Whereas if I turn them all off, you're now very dark. Thinking about getting rid of the skirting around there too. I don't think we need the skirting. Hmm. How can we do the lighting? Hmm. I don't think a voxel GI is the best way to go about it. At least one large voxel GI. I think the first thing we should focus on get rid of those. Get rid of that. Um, And we don't want the sky because you can see the horizon around the edge there. Hmm. It's a bit too reflective on those. But it does just look like it is just like a flat metal surface at the moment. There's no texture, there's no color, there's no roughness or anything for stuff, so that's fine. What we need to have the lighting look good and look how we want it to look. What do we need to do? Hmm. Say if we did this, I don't want a sky. That's the thing, because it's all going to be indoors. So I'm wondering if I set up an occluder. Your polygon occluder. We pop it there. We go. Oops. Or -4 up to 6. And 6. So that basically becomes an occluder. Wall front, wall back. We move it here. We need to cut out that doorway. Which would mean you would need to be 2, 0, 2, 3, 2, 5. You would have to be 2, 5 as well. So it cuts it out like so. And then each of these doors, like each of these hallways, can also have like an occluder along the edge there. Oh my god, Witch! How you doing? How was Deadlock? Were you popping or deadlocking? Holy mustache, you know it, Army. You know it. That's how high each side goes. Yeah. It gets above my head. It clears my head like nobody's business. Actually, it's unholy. You're unholy, gamer. Jesus. Welcome in, y'all. We've spent most of the day doing unit tests. And now we're just kind of tinkering with some occluder stuff. Yeah. Actual IRL Waluigi. Waluigi wishes. Waluigi can suck it. Waluigi is a little bitch boy. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Have a lurk, Witch. Enjoy your politically correct break. Ah. Jeez. Sometimes I think, I should really do stand up. Because I am so fucking funny. So stupid. So stupid. How are we all? How is everyone doing? I need to figure out lighting, which is being poopy. Poopy lighting. Poop padoop. Yeah. Yeah. It is what it is. Because if I have those as occluded, why aren't you able to be seen through? But I can see through those. They're the same mesh. So close those. Let's see. I don't remember the last time I played Deadlock, to be honest. It's been quite a while since I played Deadlock. We go to... I'm going to add doors. Now, automated doors. I think that's what it needs to be. There we go. Riding off the high of getting an edit job done. Nice, nice. Funnily enough, fairs. Getting ready for my license on the 1st. Are we talking hunting license, gun license, driver's license, pilot license, boat license, real estate license? What? Ah, driver's license. I figured as much. Have you been practicing? That's the main question. We don't need another person on the road that has their driver's license but hasn't driven a day in their life. I'm sick of those people. Hmm. Taking the written test. Can't really get a lot of time behind the wheel, and it's not legal to do so without a permit license. Ah, so you're going for the learner's permit license. Okay, I see. I see. I'm with you. I'm with you. We're on the same page here. We have ads. We're going to do these words while the ads continue. Free. Something tells me we're not going to win this one. Something tells me we're going to lose. Ooh, S is fake. So F is fake. That's what it is. Going for my written, and hopefully I can do the road test the week after, if not that week. And then after you do the road test, you have your full license. Yeah, we ain't winning this. Ain't no way. Well, it was a good try. It was a good try. Like a book. I knew you'd do that. I didn't have a plan for it. I just knew they were going to do it. Nope, not taking it. You thought you had me. They thought they had me. Little do they know, they can get fucked. Ah, shit. Yep. Well, I'm fucked. There we go. There we go. I fucked up at the end there. Figured there was no point in continuing then. So I was like, I'll just move. um 2-2. 2-2. We have you at 385 or 3-8 maybe. Oh yeah. So this occluder instance provides occlusion culling for 3D nodes, which improves performance in closed areas. Occlusion culling can improve rendering performance in closed semi-open areas by hiding geometry that is occluded by other objects. The occlusion culling system is mostly static. Occluder instance 3Ds can be moved or hidden at runtime, but doing so will trigger a background recomputation that can take several frames. It is recommended to only move those sporadically for procedural generation purposes, rather than doing so every frame. The occlusion culling system works by rendering the occluders on the CPU in parallel using Embry, drawing the result to a low resolution buffer, then using this to cull the nodes individually. Occlusion culling is only effective if render occlusion culling use occlusion culling is true. Um, damn mouse, stop. Select an occluded instance 3D node, then use bake. Then use the bake occludes button top 3D editor. And we opaque materials will be taken into account. Transparent materials, alpha blended or alpha tested, will be ignored by the occluded generation. Good to know. Occlusion culling is only effective if rendering is that is. Yep. Large open scenes with few or no objects blocking the view will generally not benefit much from occlusion culling. Large open scenes generally benefit more from mesh LOD and visibility ranges compared to occlusion culling. Due to memory constraints, occlusion culling is not supported by default in web export templates. It can be enabled by compiling web export templates with module raycast enabled. Yes. Okay. So, if instead of that, I just change this to a box, get rid of that, say you're 5, 8, and 6.2, bump you to 3, we go bake. I want to see what happens with that. I think I know what's going to happen when I walk through these doors. Okay. So the render viewport is taking half a second. I'm sorry, half a millisecond, not half a second, half a millisecond. Whereas if I hide you, so it did spike at times to 0.74 type thing. Okay. Let's see what we've got when we turn that on. That's probably not the thing I want to be looking at either. I probably want to be looking at this. Oh, not even that. This stuff. Okay. So from 2000, that was 9,257, 2,912. Okay. Let's see how things change with that turned off. $9,417 was as high as it went now. So I guess that is probably a good idea. If we have each room contained, I want to see if it gets back up to 9,417 again. Nine five seven seven 6,040. Okay, so 9,577, 170, and 175. Turn it on. Nine thousand two hundred fifty-seven, 151, 146. So it is dropping it. Okay. But it's only on that visual layer of 1. The NPC, that's also on a visible layer as what of 1, right? Mm-hmm. Everything should be on a visible layer of 1 in this game. I'm not going to have things on different visibility layers because light. I don't want certain light to affect them and stuff like that. The other thing I can do is go. What was it? I go player. And under player, we do set debug generate wireframes. If generate is true, generates debug wireframes for all meshes that are loaded when using that. So if I do that, that should give us a visual of the different meshes and stuff that are being. No? Good 04. View wireframes at runtime. Get viewport debug draw, viewport debug draw wireframe. So we can see this is what the occluder is doing. So that's with the occluder on. If I turn the occluder off, then you can see how it's just showing all of it. So that's exactly what I want. It's exactly what I want. I want each room to have that occlusion. So when you're in a puzzle room, all of the geometry outside of that puzzle room and all the other puzzle rooms and stuff, gone. Removed. Pissed off. Nowhere to be seen. We'll pop these two under there. So I would need the floor to be the same as that. I guess we could go like main room. There we go. Ramp. Observation. That doorway I should place under doors. Yeah, beautiful. Okay. So now I'm going to need to set up an occluders folder. Because we're going to have a lot of these. occluders. Make unique. Not main area. Ramp. Might even rename that. Main observation ramp occluder. Move this under occluders. Main room. Make unique. Main observation. All right. So now if we run that, jeepers. Yeah, nice. Now go over here onto the ramp.
Gah, a lot of lines.
You can see how here we have this door that you can see, and you got like the pathway over there and stuff you can see. And over here, you can see that puzzle room over there.
Lines, 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 and more lines.
Yeah, it's the rendering. It's the rendering debug. So it's like it's occluding. It's occluding things, so it's not rendering the geometry that it can't see. That NPC got occluded. Yeah, nice. Rendering optimizations. I'm just kind of coming up with a plan of attack. So every time I create a logic puzzle, for example, I add an occluder and we do bake. Go. Logic rooms. Now this stuff here is all CSGs. I don't think it takes into account CSGs. Let's find out. Yeah. So it doesn't take into account it doesn't take into account CSG instances. That's okay, because I can change this to meshes. When we create our meshes, we can put them under there. The unit tests have gone well, Mike. We go into HoloFrame. If we run, I've set up a few different bits and pieces here. So actually those, I need to, what is that? Documents, projects, HoloFrame. So I've set up a Godot test unit command, which will run all tests in the unit directory. A Godot test int, which will run all of the integration tests, not the unit tests. Godot test all, which runs both unit and integration tests, as well as Godot test, which if I just do, I think I do this, and then I specify, tests, unit, game data GD, or test game data GD. And then that will run just the game data test. Like just the tests for test game data. Yeah. Or I just do Godot test all. And then it runs all of them. And we've got 17 tests in 7 scripts that have 92 asserts. So we have some very nice testing set up. What I'm doing at the moment is I'm coming up with a plan of attack for our occluder stuff, our occlusion. So I have an occluder for the main room, for the ramp, and for the observation, so that, and then I'm like, I can create one for the hallway and stuff as well. So then when I go out into the hallway, when I'm out here, I wouldn't be able to see those at all, and I wouldn't be able to see that room at all, and just make like the entire rendering a lot more performant. Yeah. Yeah. We like the performance. We like performance improvements. Now, I am curious. If we go into doors, and we bake this, yeah, see, that's the problem with that. Hmm. What if I put it under that? So it's not going to be on the door, but it's just going to be on the doorway itself. So it's just the doorway itself that it's on. Why is it still showing me the ramp? That's completely behind walls and everything. Oops. I guess if we just put it on, yeah. Oh, because no, that won't matter. There we go. Hmm. Simplification distance to use for simplifying generated polygon occluder in 3D units. Higher values result in less detailed occluder mesh, which improves performance but reduces culling accuracy. The occluder geometry is rendered on the CPU, so it's important to keep its geometry as simple as possible. Since the buffer is rendered at a low resolution, less detailed occluder meshes generally still work well. The default value is fairly aggressive, so you may have to decrease it to run in if you're running into false negatives, objects being occluded even though they're visible to camera. A value of 0.01 will act conservatively and will keep geometry perceptually unaffected in the occlusion culling buffer. Depending on the scene, a value of 0.01 may still simplify the mesh noticeably compared to disabling simplification entirely. Setting to 0 disables simplification entirely, but vertices in the exact same position will be merged. The mesh will also be re-indexed to reduce both. Okay. So if we bump that down and have all of them bump down, you don't have anything yet. Let's see what that does. Actually, I wonder if that's needed or if I can pop it up to like 0.2. Okay. I'll view 0.2. I think 0.2 might be good. That should work well. Still need to set up the occluder stuff for the hallway and whatnot, but the hallway is just all CSG stuff at the moment, so no need for that. I like it. And if we get rid of that and just have a look at it without that, should be looking good. This opens, we see it all. So with that, the next thing we need to consider would be next thing to consider we have basic dialogue stuff set up. We got our unit test set up. We know what we're doing for occluders. I really need to figure out what I'm doing with lighting, but I also need to get our materials sorted. Because this here, I feel like if we have it, we have its roughness up. And it's metallic. I don't like that. That's all. I don't like how reflective it is. Yeah, I need to start thinking about the modeling of this entire place. The hell's that? Ah, that's what that is. Right. Yep. It pushes in slightly there. Yep. That makes sense. I'm gonna get rid of these curves as well. Like, or not the curves, the edges, like the skirting and stuff. I think it's needed. All right. So, picking the next thing to move on to is always difficult. Because we've got our colors documented here. Still need to come up with a few others and whatnot, but mostly it's gonna be these colors here. There'll be some green every now and then for like when a puzzle is completed successfully, it'll like go green inside the room, sort of thing. Same with the red. That'll be when they reset or puzzle, or when they do it completely incorrectly and the game needs to go, no, that's wrong. Go away. Testing. Using Godot unit test gut for testing for both unit and integration tests. There are some small limitation or some limitations, such as actual physics interaction testing. The guts simulates functionality, does call process and physics process, but does not appear to run the actual physics. It does not appear to run the linear velocities or other physics at this time. Unit tests. Tests which are confined to the object being tested. These tests will validate functionality of methods, signal calls, methods and signal calls in isolation. Integration tests. These will using multiple different objects, i.e. the player interacting with another, with an interactable object. Why is that saying interactable is wrong? Is interactive. Suppose the player interacting with an interactive object. Integration tests should be used solely what the fuck do you what is solely? That's right. That's right. This is one of those stupid words where there's extra letter in there that no one ever pronounces. Solely, but it's actually spelled solely. Integration test should be used solely. That is the right word, right? Alone, singly, solely. Integration test should be used solely to ensure functionality requiring two or more objects, two or more different objects. SOLEY. SOLY. One of the two. Solely. When you say the word, solely, are you saying two L's? Are you saying solely? Or are you saying solely? Yeah, so you don't pronounce the second L. That's solely. Like, there's no reason to have the second L in there. I mean, you could get rid of the E, have it SOLLY. You could do that. But having the E in between the two L's is annoying. I hate it. Let's see. What else do we need? So we've got the save load figured out as already as well. Why are you? There was something I needed to check in here. When the player solely like holy, exactly. That's all it needs. Just replace the E with the Y, and you're good. One thing I haven't considered with someone using controller, what would interact be? Interact E and F. Interact enter is Y. Interact is F. Interact is Y. So Y is generally interact on controller or triangle. Interact is E. Doesn't help. Interact is F. We need something like all of the Skyrim controllers. This one has A as interact. A. Interact, pick up, order, interact, Y. Interact is A. Interact is RB. So I guess I could have interact as like the right button. And that would be to just be like right bumper. That would work. Crouch is B. Okay. What would that be on PlayStation? Oh. PlayStation O. Yeah. Xbox B, PlayStation O. And then, yeah, that'll be fine. Now I need to figure out grab left mouse. But what would that be? What would that be for controller? A? Xbox A, PlayStation X. You grab it, you move, you look. But then, no, because the right stick, you should still be able to look around. And if you press an X, then that's going to... we might do... Run can be left trigger. Right trigger. Interact can be Y. A. Xbox A. PlayStation X. And down here, the grab can be RB. Right bumper. So you press RB to grab, and then you can still use your left thumb and your right thumb to move and look while you're grabbing something. Look, we mouse movement, right joystick. I like it. I like it a lot. All right. Let's think. Let's think. What do I need to do next? We need to figure out lighting. Yeah, figure out lighting. Lighting and materials. I might do that. I may have to do that tomorrow, to be honest. May have to do that tomorrow. That's what we'll do. Tomorrow, we're going to figure out our lighting, how we're going to approach it, how we're going to get it all solved and sorted. Because I have plans for being able to make the entire thing dark. It's all enclosed, so we don't need a sun. So I need a way to be able to turn lights off, as well as change how bright they are, have like a flickering effect, stuff like that. So we need to figure out how we're doing that. Yeah. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be very, very interesting. Because I could use like the light map GI and stuff like that, but it doesn't give me the effect that I want, you know? Anyway, we'll figure that out tomorrow. Thanks for being here, you good dunce. I hope to see yous tomorrow. If not, you're a bedunt. All right? Have a good one.